Hello, 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 testing, hello. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. hello, 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 mic check, hello, 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 mic check, hello, 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 mic check, hello, mic check, hello, 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 hello.
check. Hello, check sound check 1 2. Hello, check 1 2. Hello. Check. Hello, check 1 2. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 1 2. Hello, check 1 2.
न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायु न वा पञ्चकोश न वा पाणिपादं न चोपस्थपायु चिदानन्दरूप न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदा न यज्ञाः अहं भोजनं नैव भोजं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणाम् न चासङ्गतम् न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायुः न वा सप्तधातु न वा पञ्चकोश न वा पाणिपादं न चोपस्थपायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदा न यज्ञा अहं भोजनं नैव भोजं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो भूत्वा च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणाम् न चासङ्गतं नैव मुक्तिर्न मेय चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् मनोबुद्धि अहङ्कार चित्तानि नाहम् न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायु न वा सप्तधातु न वा पञ्चकोश न वा पाणिपादं न चोपस्थपायु चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदा न यज्ञः अहं भोजनं नैव भोजं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो विभुत्वा च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणाम् न चासङ्गतं नैव मुक्तिर्न मेय चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् मनोबुद्धि अहङ्कार चित्तानि नाहम् न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायु चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायु न वा सप्तधातु न वा पञ्चकोश न वा पाणिपादं न चोपस्थपायु चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मे द्वेषरागौ न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो विभुत्वा च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणाम् न चासङ्गतं नैव मुक्तिर्न मेय चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम्
Participants, you are requested again to please come seated in the front rows. Please.
न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायुः न वा सप्तधातु न वा पञ्चकोश न वा पाणिपादं न चोपस्थपायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदा न यज्ञा अहं भोजनं नैव भोजं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो विभुत्वा च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणाम् न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायुः न वा सप्तधातु न वा पञ्चकोश न वा पाणिपादं न चोपस्थपायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदा न यज्ञा अहं भोजनं नैव भोजं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो विभुत्वा च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणाम् न चासङ्गतं नैव
Participants may please come in the forward rows, center rows.
चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम्
Center rows, please.
मनोबुद्ध्यङ्कारचित्तानि नाहम् न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न च प्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायुः न वा सप्तधातु न वा पञ्चकोश न वा पाणिपादं न चोपस्थपायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेद पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यम् चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहम्
All participants are requested to take the seats, please. Participants may please get seated quickly. All of you come into the center rows, please. Thank you. Namaskar and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all here today. As many of you know, India will be hosting a global event in the coming October. It is World Telecom Standardization Assembly, WTSA. It is an organ of ITU. In the light of this global significant event, we are honored to kick off the inaugural session of WTSA today. This gathering aims at providing the overview of WTSA, highlights an importance of standardization, and explore ways for everyone to engage with ITU activities. In today's time, there is more than ever the need of telecom standardization. This event will strive to impart valuable insights on this aspect, tailored to the needs of the participants from various sectors, be it academia, institutions, startups, or industry. Further, as part of Government of India's commitment to establishing India as hub of telecom technological development, DOT, towards fulfilling this commitment, is dedicated in fostering indigenous innovation and talent, especially in the realms of 5G and 6G. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the dais, we are honored to welcome our chief guest, Shri Manoj Singh Sir, Special DGT from Delhi LSA Department of DOT. Our special guest, Professor Prateek Sharma, Honorable. Ma'am. Our special guest, Professor Prateek Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor of DTU. I extend my welcome to Professor Indu, Dean, Student Welfare, DTU. I extend my warm welcomes to our speakers for the event, Shri R.R. Mehta, WTSA Chair Designate and ex-DGT DOT. Shri R. Sakya, Additional DG, Haryana. Shri Rakesh Desai, DDG FA, TEC DOT.
Recording in progress.
Shri Rajesh Gupta, DDG WA, NCAT DOT. Going ahead, I will be briefing about the profiles of members on the dais. Shri Manoj Singh, Special DGT, is an officer of Indian Telecom Services belonging to the batch of 1986. He is currently holding the position of Special DG Telecom in DOT Delhi LSA. In addition to his impressive professional achievements, he has made significant contributions in the field of literature. He has authored nearly 500 articles on social history and managerial skills published in various reputed national and international magazines. Furthermore, he has published 12 books on diverse topics, including social issues, human evolution, Vedic literature, philosophy, ancient history through leading national and international publishing houses. Furthermore, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Shri Prateek Sharma ji has completed his BE and ME from DCE and pursued his PhD from IIT Delhi. With over 28 years of research and teaching experience, he is esteemed member of several professional societies. He is a member of National Knowledge Network established by Central Pollution Control Board to support the activities of National Clean Air Program launched by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Furthermore, Professor Indu is Dean Student Welfare in DTU. She has completed her BTech degree from TKM College from University of Kollam, her MTech from University of Kerala, and PhD degree from University of Delhi. Ma'am is interested in the research topics such as computer vision, image processing, sensor, and 5G networks. On the dais, our esteemed speaker, Shri R.R. Mehta, is an officer of ITS 1985 batch and has retired as after a distinguished career of 35 years, concluding his service as DG Telecom and apex post in DOT. Prior to this, he served as a head of Telecom Engineering Center in the capacity of advisor. He has played key roles in developing the security testing framework of India, establishing IPv6 ready logo, and laying groundwork for Indian telecommunication security assurance requirements. Among us, Shri R. Sakya is an officer of 1988 ITS batch, has previously worked with ITU as Senior Advisor to the Area and Innovation Center in New Delhi. He has also served as Senior Advisor to the Government of Mauritius. Additionally, he has chaired Inter-Ministerial Apex Committee responsible for granting in-principle clearance for satellite-based communication services. Among the speakers, we have Shri Rajesh Gupta ji. Sir is an ITS officer of 1991 batch, bringing over 30 years of experience in telecommunication sectors, has served as joint administrative of USOF, implementing schemes like BharatNet and NKN. Lastly, we have among ourselves Mr. Rakesh Desai, an ITS officer from the batch of 1995, brings over 25 years of experience with his role, has served as a chair of National Working Group 15, which is counterpart of ITU Study Group 15 in India. He has significant contribution in policy formation, program execution, and research at Niti Aayog in the fields of urban sector projects, especially the smart cities. Going forward, I request and I invite Shri Rajesh Gupta ji, DDG WA NCAT, to deliver a welcome address and provide an overview of the workshop objectives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guest on dais, Sri Manoj Singh Sir, Special DG Telecom, Professor Prateek Sharma ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor DTU, Srimati Indu, Dean ITU, Sri Sakya Sir, Sri Mittal Sir, Sri Rakesh Desai, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for participating and coming for this particular event. This workshop regarding WTSA and standardization activities of the ITU is a key event in the ITU's calendar, and this WTSA is organized at an interval of every 4 years and serves as a platform for the member states and industry stakeholders to come together and discuss the future directions of the telecom standardization. India is organizing this WTSA 2024, and this is for the first time that this prestigious international event is being held in India during 15th to 24th of October this year. This will be preceded by Global Standards Symposium on 14th October at Bharat Mandapam. This also marks the country's growing importance in the global technology landscape. The WTSA 2024 will be accompanied by other related events such as ITU Kaleidoscope Conference 21st to 23rd October, ITU exhibitions, various ITU exhibitions from 14th to 24th, Network of Women event on 17th October, AI for Good on 18th October, and Innovation Exchange 23rd October 2024. These all will enrich the discourse and promote inclusivity in the sector. The ITU, as we all know, plays a pivotal role in the shaping of global telecom landscape. The standardization activities are crucial in ensuring the interoperability, efficiency, and innovations in the telecom sector. ITU's standardization work is driven by the contributions and consensus of ITU members, including about 193 sector members and over 1,000 member companies, universities, and international and regional organizations. WTSA, as the supreme body for standardization within the ITU, sets the strategic directions and policies of these activities. Today's workshop will provide a unique opportunity for all of you to delve deeper into the critical role of standardization in driving the innovations, ensuring interoperability, and fostering the global connectivity. A session on way to participate in ITU activities has been planned, which will be important for the student and faculty members to know how they can engage with the ITU activities and the opportunities for global standardization process. The other sessions includes key outcomes of the WTSA events, role of standards in engineering and technology, a session from Mr. Leon Wong from Rakuten Mobile Japan on ITU Hackathon, etc. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers, panelists, participants, distinguished guests who have joined today. Your expertise and contributions will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the WTSA and ITU's standardization activities. I am confident that this workshop will be a valuable experience for all of us. I encourage you to participate actively in the discussions and share your insights and expertise. Once again, thank you for joining us today. I wish you all a fruitful and productive workshop. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone of today's discussion. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would invite on the dais our esteemed special guest, Professor Prateek Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor of DTU, to share his special address for today's event. Let's welcome with a round of applause.
Good morning, all of you. A very distinguished panel on the dais and the participants who are participating this event. And I do know that this is being streamed all across country at more than 10 locations, being viewed by senior officers also and various participants. And I welcome you all to this WTSA event. And in fact, this is something really we consider as a host institution here today as a matter of great pride and privilege to be hosting this event today. And in fact, before I say anything about the event, in fact, DTU has been chosen as one of the case labs of under the 5G use case lab scheme of the Government of India, under which 100 5G use CAS labs have been awarded. And we are one of those institutions where this lab has been established. And with the purpose of establishing these labs is to primarily build the 5G technology competencies amongst the UG and PG students, and also make institutions where these labs are there as an institution for further networking with other users of the 5G technology. So in that context, we consider ourselves to be very fortunate and privileged of giving this opportunity to have make DTU as an institution for in fact for choosing, I would say, DTU as an institution where this lab has been established. And in fact, there are certain initiatives which I believe there are certain things that one does through some intervention, things start, falling in place. Why I'm saying so? Because there are 3-4 initiatives which we have taken at DTU itself, which is to establish a Center for Community Development and Research, in which we are actually creating a repository of societal problems. And we are converting those problems into distributing those problems to BTech, MTech and PhD students to work on their dissertation, depending on the enormity of the problem. And 5G case lab that we have classically fits into the domain because the purpose is to disseminate and create competencies. So certainly the 5G lab which has been established with an intent to create a culture of innovation, encourage startups, and create entrepreneurships in the use of 5G technology. The idea of integrating the 5G lab with the Center for Community Development Research would certainly result in achieving the objectives with which these labs have been established. Not even this, there are other initiatives like, for example, there is an initiative to establish a Center for Digital Diagnostics and Healthcare Management, where the role of digital technology and the 5G spectrum plays a very important role. And already there are talks, and in fact we have already identified the team, and there is a possibility of having a collaboration with some major premier medical institution. so that uh, so that we are able to find technical solutions to the medical problems. And in that, the 5G case lab would be a classical example where the usage would certainly increase in leaps and bounds. So this is as far as the acknowledgement part of establishing the 5G lab in the department, in the institution is concerned. And coming back to the event which is being organized as a outreach workshop, which in fact Rajesh ji mentioned quite elaborately. I won't go into that. But having a hackathon in which the application of especially the AI as far as the use of 5G is concerned is something which will not even encourage the young minds, because these days, I am a civil engineer, so I have my own biases that the society actually needs more of conventional engineers like civil, mechanical, electrical engineer. But the world is moving towards AI, 5G, digital technology, which is also important, because the conventional engineering branches are going to use these technologies in a big manner, not in the conventional sense. I always cite this example, if 30 years back, a car was a mechanical engineering product. Now it ceases to be a pure mechanical engineering product. It has a huge component of electronics, communication, and AI-based, IT-based components. So likewise, we have smart buildings, we have smart sensors-based civil engineering infrastructure coming up, which are also a step towards sustainability challenges that we are facing. So, such hackathon will create an opportunity for students, especially the student community, to think beyond their limited disciplinary boundaries and cut across the disciplinary boundaries and use the technology that we have in terms of 5G and 6G spectrum and use it to identify several other problems which the society is facing with. And not just limited to a typical branch of telecommunication and electronics engineering only, but I am quite sure that with the innovativeness and with the creativity, they'll try to use the technology for finding applications in multiple domains. And I think that is the purpose with which the hackathon has been organized, and to disseminate the use as far as possible and as deep as possible in the society. And that is why the manner in which and the outreach has been organized. So I do believe that the students who participate in this hackathon are not even they'll get an opportunity to work on the problems on which they are working, but also will get an opportunity to network with each other, because forums like these provide an opportunity to students from different institutions to come together, exchange notes, learn from each other, and always there has to be that sense of competitiveness, because the competitiveness only provides the necessary fire in the belly to do well. And in that sense, I think all compliments to the entire team of the department for organizing this, and I would use this platform to thank that for giving DTU an opportunity to host this outreach event today, and I wish all the very best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Now, I would like to invite Shri Manoj Singh sir, Special DGT Delhi LSA, to deliver his keynote address. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
अम्बेडकर सभा भवन के इस भव्य ऑडिटोरियम में आप सभी का स्वागत है। अभी कोई कह रहे थे कि संख्या नंबर्स आर लिटिल लेस, बट आई विल से युवाओं का 5, 10, 20 होना ही ये यहाँ पे ऊर्जा भरी हुई है. I can feel the energy level, and because of that reason only, whenever I come to any institute, I feel like I am being blessed. It's a special. Sometimes it is like Professor साहब, Vice Chancellor साहब कह रहे थे कि एग्जाम चल रहा है. So all of a sudden, I also moved. I drive through my own memory lanes. What happens to in our college days when we were in the students and exams हुआ करते थे. So I can make out, I can understand, and for that reason, rather I will appreciate whosoever are here. They are more appreciable people who are here. So मैं उनका ज़्यादा स्वागत करता हूँ और उनको अप्रिशिएट भी करता हूँ कि इस एग्जाम में भी आप यहाँ पे हैं. यहाँ पे आने का एक कारण और भी था, और उसके लिए मैं आनंदित भी हूँ, उत्साहित भी हूँ. आई एम रियली फील ऑब्लाइज्ड, ब्लेस्ड, प्रिविलेज्ड, हैप्पी कि प्रोफेसर वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर प्रतीक शर्मा जी से मेरी भेंट होंगी, उनका दर्शन होंगे, उनसे 2 शब्द होंगे, उनसे बातचीत होगी. और उसका कारण है, जितने युवा आप हैं उतने ही युवा और यूथफुल और एनर्जीफुल डॉक्टर साहब अभी भी हैं, और उनको देखकर, उनसे बातें करके 5 मिनट में भी इतनी एनर्जी लेवल्स रिसीव हो जाती है. उस एनर्जी लेवल को जो ट्रांसमिट करते हैं, जो मैं रिसीव करते हैं, उसके बीच में जो स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन है, उसी का ये सेमिनार है. तो वो सेमिनार की टेस्टिंग यहीं पूरी हो चुकी है, और ये टेस्टिंग का सर्टिफिकेशन है कि हम दोनों के बीच में जो फ्रीक्वेंसी ट्रांसमिशन हुआ, एनर्जी लेवल इज इट बिल्ड प्रॉपरली 100%. देयर इज नो नॉइज, देयर इज नो लॉस, and it's a total communication. So it is really privileged to me to be here, and I'm really thankful to the all organizing people to call me, to invite me, and I'm here. Well, to start with, मुझे कहा गया कि मेरे लिए दो चीज़ कही गई. my young man, my young officers, a little bit about my all those things, books, and so I will have to a little bit change, contribute in this way. Otherwise, it will become more कि थोड़ा सा कन्फ्यूज़न लग रहा है कि ये आदमी ने इतनी बुक्स लिखी भी है कि नहीं लिखी है. तो वो भी मुझे थोड़ा सा जस्टिफाई करना पड़ेगा. ऑल्दो आई नो प्रोफेसर साहब को जल्दी जाना भी है, वाइस चांसलर साहब को, और 11 बजे उनकी कोई मीटिंग भी है. बट फिर भी मैं इस 5-10 मिनट में चुरा कर जो कुछ आपके साथ कनेक्ट कर पाऊँगा, दैट इज़ ए स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन बिटवीन मी एंड यू. तो मुझे कहा गया कि की नोट, जिससे आई हैव बीन इन्वाइटेड फॉर की नोट एड्रेस. So I was just when sitting on the dais and I was looking at the all panels. So मैंने कहा it's really blessed. I'm really privileged that I have got 2 persons who are key and note. One Mr. Sakya is there. He is a key man. He is a key man of a WTSA. And if I'll speak, I think it will not be worth speaking once he is sitting here. So it will be better because you all know what key means. College में key भी समझते हैं ना आप, कुंजी. So he is a key for a lock, he is a key for exam, he is a key for WTSA, he is a key for our event also. So I welcome a key speaker, Mr. Sakya, to be here, and there is no point by speaking as a key. And another, as far as note is concerned, it is not a note. We have got an entire notebook here as a Mr. Mittar. He is a notebook in itself. He is an IT expert, respected Mittar साहब का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ, and obviously TC के एंड NTI प्रीत के हमारे वरिष्ठ साथी साथ में हैं, उनका भी मैं स्वागत करता हूँ. To start with my feelings, my a little couple of points I will like to share with you. To start with, कुछ दिनों पहले मैंने एक कार्यक्रम में माननीय संचार मंत्री जी को, सिंधिया साहब को बोलते सुना, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की भावनाओं को व्यक्त कर रहे थे. ही वॉज स्पीकिंग ऑन दैट प्लेटफॉर्म दैट इंडिया एज ए इंडिया ड्यूरिंग 4G period we were following the world. During 4G period we were following the world. During 5G period we were marching with the world, and for 6G we will lead the world. So this line, this statement is a vision statement of our Honorable Prime Minister, and it is a self-explanatory, I think. और वो self-explanatory के साथ साथ it has got a lot many meanings, lot many feelings, lot many narratives, lot many directions, lot many compilations, lot many inspirations also. We have to travel a lot. हमें बहुत लंबी यात्रा करनी है. अब इसी संदेश को अगर हम थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ाएं, जिसके बारे में विस्तार में फिर हमारे की नोट और प्रोफेसर्स और साथी बात करेंगे, तो बस मैं जितना समझ पाया हूं कि अगर आपको लीड करना है तो यू हैव टू फर्स्ट जनरेट द टेक्नोलॉजी, एंड टू एस्टैब्लिश दैट टेक्नोलॉजी यू हैव टू स्टैंडर्डाइज इट, you have to make the world to accept it. Unless and it is not accepted, how you will feel others? It's not. We should not say in this way कि how other will follow otherwise. Unless and it is not been accepted. So ये study technological development के बाद स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन का उतना ही महत्व है जितना किसी टेक्निकल टेक्नोलॉजी को डेवलपमेंट करने के. जैसे कि हम और आप बात कर रहे हैं, अगर मेरी बात आप तक पहुंच ही नहीं रही है, आपकी बात मुझ तक नहीं पहुंच रही, हम कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहे हैं, तो आई थिंक इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी एनी यूज ऑफ इट. तो उसके लिए दिस इज अनदर स्टेप. द WTSA इवेंट इज बीइंग ऑर्गेनाइज्ड इन इंडिया. इज अ वेरी सिंपल रीजन फॉर दैट. There will be a lot of discussions will be there, a lot of deliberations will be there. So this is the opportunity for youth, young. You have got an age, you have got a future, you have got a time. We have got experience, but you have got energy. Let us club it and make the world feel that yes, we are leading. So this was the reason to have an awareness program, outreach program in the institutes like DTU, prestigious institute like DTU, very prestigious. I tell you, very prestigious. हम जब जमाने में पढ़ा करते थे, आपका पुराना नाम जो है वो DC बहुत नाम चला करता था. आपने DC को मत छोड़िए. तो हम अगर आपके पुराने प्राचीन इतिहास हैं तो वही आप अपने भी इतिहास को याद रखिए. DTU वालों को मैं जरूर कहूँगा DC को जरूर याद रखिए. ब्रैकेट में लिखते भी हैं कई लोग, ओल्ड DC, पुराना नाम. मैडम देखिए कितना, मैडम डीन है तो उनके चेहरे पे कितना एक अपने इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में बड़ा ही सुनकर. दिस इज स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन. when the things are there, so this is called how the institute grows. तो यह जो आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है और उसको अवेल तो आपने करना ही है. हमारे लिए भी बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है कि आपको अवेयर करना. आई थिंक बाय द एंड ऑफ द डे हम शायद आप तक पहुंच पाएंगे, आउटरीच कर पाएंगे, आपको अवेयर कर पाएंगे. अवेयर को हिंदी में कहते हैं डॉक्टर साहब जागरूक. मैडम जागरूक कहते हैं. मैं कहूँगा सिर्फ जागरूक ही नहीं कहेंगे, हम आपको जागृत भी करेंगे. I don't know the अंग्रेजी of it. My अंग्रेजी is little गड़बड़. But जागृत is enlightenment. प्रकाशमान हो जाएंगे हम. हम सिर्फ खुद जागरूक नहीं होंगे, हम जागृत होकर दूसरों को भी जागरूक करेंगे. So DTU will become itself is a institute which will take the things as a lead. हम सबको, this is not my or this is not my department program. This is our program. India is hosting it. Let us make it clear. India is hosting this program. So again, यह भी एक बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि इतने बड़े इवेंट को, इतने बड़े कार्यक्रम को जो इंडिया में पहली बार हो रहा है, ऐसा मुझे पता लगा 150 ईयर्स में फर्स्ट टाइम, जिसका ऑफिशियल इनॉग्रेशन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री करेंगे. लेकिन उसकी कार्यक्रम की विधिवत प्रारंभ की जो शुरुआत है वो DTU से हो रही है. वह भी एक बहुत शुभ संकेत है. So it is not a my or your, it is our program. It is a program of every country, every citizen of this country. When माननीय प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं कि we lead means we all will lead. So we all will lead means everybody has to contribute in it. उसमें कोई स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन का कार्य करेगा, कोई हैकाथॉन में अपने सॉल्यूशंस बताएगा, कोई अपने सॉफ्टवेयर लिखेगा, कोई अपनी इमेजिनेशंस करेगा, कोई इनोवेशंस करेगा, थिंक प्रोसेस करेगा. और आपको एक चीज़ मैं बताऊं, कितना भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आगे बढ़ जाए. अभी मैं रास्ते में आ रहा था, 15 मिनट तक मेरा रास्ते में गाड़ी कंफ्यूज कर गई, क्योंकि गूगल मैप जो है कंफ्यूज करना, एक नहर पे ले जाता था. बार बार, और वहीं घूम के आ जाते थे। पता चला वो आगे जो पैदल लोगों का रास्ता था वो। तो अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को नहीं पता है कि ये आदमी बैठा हुआ है जिसके पास कार है, ये इस रास्ते से नहीं जा सकती। ये ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस को कभी क्रॉस नहीं कर पाएगा। तो ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस में क्या सबसे बड़ी खासियत है? आज आपसे एक सवाल पूछता हूँ मैं, ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस के पास क्या पावर है? दे आर ऑलवेज इनोवेटिव, दे ऑलवेज थिंक न्यू। ये आपको कहाँ से मिलता है? आज एक सवाल पूछता हूँ मैं आपसे, कहाँ से मिलता है? कोई बता सकता है कहाँ से मिलता है? क्रिएटिविटी कहाँ से आती है? माइंड कहाँ से आता है? देयर इज ए नेचर. Nature is every time changing. Nature is every time innovative. Nature is never stable. My reason here to tell you a very simple reason, to motivate you, to inspire you. Just try to be connected all the time with the nature. Nature is the biggest scientist. Nature is the biggest engineer. Nature is the biggest innovator. Nature is the biggest teacher. Nature is the biggest discipliner. आपको वो शिक्षा भी देता है, ज्ञान भी देता है, मार्ग भी देता है, ध्येय भी दिखाता है, लक्ष्य भी दिखाता है, और आपको जीवन के लिए मार्ग दिखाते दिखाते ऊर्जा भी देता है। उस ऊर्जा को प्राप्त करने के लिए, इनोवेशंस को प्राप्त करने के लिए हम नेचर से कनेक्टेड रहें। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण मैं आपको देता हूँ। व्हेन वी ज्वाइन, डॉक्टर साहब ने अपनी एग्जाम्पल बताई कार की, सिविल इंजीनियर है, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर, तो मैं भी अपनी इंजीनियरिंग की थोड़ी बता दूँ, थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ा है मैंने भी उस जमाने में, कि व्हेन आई ज्वाइन इट वॉज ए मैनुअल एक्सचेंज, बोर्ड से लगाकर बात होती थी। आई हैड नेवर थॉट कि व्हेन ऑलमोस्ट आई विल बी लीविंग द डिपार्टमेंट आफ्टर 35-37 ईयर्स, 5G 4G की तो बात चली रही है, क्वांटम की बात होने लगी है। लास्ट टू लास्ट वीक आई विजिटेड IIIT विद माय गुड फ्रेंड। क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स, क्वांटम कम्युनिकेशन, क्वांटम सिक्योरिटी, क्वांटम नेटवर्क, quantum algorithm, called quantum secured network. Now I am saying this, you people understand, try to visualize what is going to happen after 35 years of your career. मैं नहीं चाहता कि जो विजुलाइज मैं नहीं कर पाया 35 साल पहले, वो विजुलाइज आप नहीं करें। आप अपने जीवन में आज से ही विजुलाइज करें कि मैं 35 साल बाद क्या होने जा रहा है। 25 साल आगे की जब आप योजना बनाएंगे, सोचेंगे, तभी आप लीड करेंगे और लीड करते रहेंगे। ये जो लीड करते रहने की भावना है, वह मैं चाहता हूँ, ऐसा सोचता हूँ, महसूस करता हूँ, और पूर्णतः विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि बाय द इवनिंग आफ्टर लिसनिंग अवर ऑल लर्नड पीपल, एक्सपीरियंस पीपल, you will be awakened, you will be outreached to you, you will be properly made understand what the future is. इस समय को, इस संयोग को सदुपयोग करें। इस आशा के साथ एक निवेदन में और करना चाहूँगा वाइस चांसलर महोदय से। इस जो मुझे याद आ रहा है, ऐसा मुझे पता चला है कि ITU में मेंबरशिप हमारे हिंदुस्तान में बहुत कम लोगों के पास है, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट्स में। तो मेरा बहुत अच्छा इंटरेक्शन एक ही बार रहा है, लेकिन मैं इतना जानता हूँ, ही इज़ ए विजनरी, ही इज़ ए वेरी गुड लिसनर ऑल्सो। द बिगेस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट विद हिम इज़ ए वेरी गुड लिसनर। सो मैंने इनसे एक निवेदन करूँगा कि ITU की मेंबरशिप, दुनिया के जितने भी डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ हैं, वहाँ पे एकेडमिक लोग जो हैं वो ITU की मेंबरशिप ज़्यादा लेते हैं। There may be a number of reasons. I am not going in that administrative and financial and all those things. But still, there is a point, there is a platform, there is an event that I must make a request to Honorable Vice Chancellor कि हमारे हिंदुस्तान में ऐसा मैंने सुना है, पाया है, देखा है, समझा है कि कुछ कम पार्टिसिपेशन है। So अगर एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट्स के पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ेंगी, तो the point is our young generation will get opportunity to interact with the world. What is happening in the world? जब उस प्लेटफॉर्म पर हम पहुंचेंगे, उस प्लेटफॉर्म पर जो हाई प्लेटफॉर्म है, जब वहाँ से हम टेक ऑफ करेंगे, तो हमारा रॉकेट थोड़ा और ज़्यादा आगे तक जाएगा। एंड डेफिनेटली वी विल लीड, वी विल फुलफिल द इंस्पिरेशंस ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द डे, वी विल फुलफिल द इंस्पिरेशंस ऑफ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, माननीय संचार मंत्री। उनकी जो इंस्पिरेशंस है कि हम 6G में लीड करेंगे। मैं तो आपसे कामना करूँगा, ये इच्छा भी जाहिर करूँगा और अपना व्यक्ति करूँगा कि हम 6G ही नहीं, आगे आने वाली हर G में, हर टेक्नोलॉजी में लीड करेंगे, इन विश्वास के साथ। धन्यवाद।
सर आपका तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इतने प्रेरक संबोधन के लिए. I have been apprised that Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir has to attend some important board meeting, so we will not be holding him for much longer of his valuable time. Thank you, sir. We would have hoped you would have stayed late much more in this event. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. Moving forward, it's now time for initiating the presentation session, and I request guest and speakers on the dais to take seat in the reserved sections in the audiences. And I invite Shri Sakya Sir, Additional DG Haryana LSA, to give a presentation on introduction of WTSA, discuss the outcomes of previous WTSA events and their influence on the global telecommunications. Sir, please.
Have you added? Right. Just there onwards. Namaskar. Good morning, respected Special DG and my elder brother Manoj Singh Sahab, Vice Chancellor Mr. Pradeep Sharma, Dean Madam Indu, our chair for the WTSA upcoming program, Mittar Sahab, my beloved friends and the colleagues from the NTI-PRED, Mr. Rajesh Gupta and Rakesh Desai ji, all the senior officers, and more than all of them, all the teachers who are here. I'm privileged to be part of this event. First, because this is outreach with the youngsters. Secondly, as sir has already mentioned, meeting youngsters always provide you the more energy. So I want to gain that energy. But at the same time, he mentioned that primarily I am the key. And the key has to be there with the house, which is having the entire strength. And see, key is required only when you have the lock with the house, which is having the full of wealth. And I think D2 is the place where the entire wealth is lying. And that's the reason primarily we are here to open that door. So with this, we know anything can be opened in the premises of the university. And we always have to touch the feet of our history, and that teaches us, and I will try to recite for all of you together. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. I think ये टीचर्स ही हैं जिनके पास वो एनर्जी लेवल है, वो वेल्थ है, which can make the generations of the technologies coming through, where we may march with the technology, we may lead the technologies, we may empower citizens, we can have the trillions of economy added there too. But that is possible only when the teachers or the academicians join the journey. Without that, it is not going to be possible. And that is the precise reason why the government has decided to host the WTSA within the country. Right? all of you may be knowing, we generate fourth largest number of the scientific research papers. Right? But are we fourth in getting them converted into the IPRs? Can somebody guess where we may be? From fourth position to? We are not fifth, sixth, seventh, or not even in the single digit. 10th? No. 39th. Okay. And if you further convert into the conversion of the IPRs into the SEP, essential standards patent, because those patents only give you the revenue. And I think that is the precise reason, if we want to empower our people, if we want to increase the economy, we have to be together to generate it. And that generation comes from where? From the research, from the innovation. And the biggest platform available globally is the ITU. And we request, as mentioned by sir, not only the DTU management to have the membership of ITU, but also the other institutions whose students are here, teachers are here and participating in the 5G and 6G for Hackathon. So, kindly be the member of the ITU. Until then, you get the membership, you all are requested to join the DOT and be part of the national working groups, participate in the activities of the ITU, and let together make that journey through. With this, let me go forward. Why ITU is important for us? Because this is the specialized body of the ITU of the United Nations. And you may be surprised that this entity came in 1864, whereas the UN came only in the post-World War II. But it was adopted by all the nations in the United Nations to keep it continuous as the united body, because this is one which has committed to connecting the world from the day of its inception. Its headquarters at Geneva, it is only for the information. The great thing is, being the member of the United Nations family, the decision making here goes with the member states. Although there are associated members, industrial members and all, but they do not have the voting rights. Voting rights are available only with the member states. So, as a country, whether you are small or big, you are able to make out your voice through. And if your innovations are good, your technologies are nice, if you are able to provide, contribute anything to the global, it's possible irrespective of the size of the country. We know there are three specific sectors. This I am telling for the people who are interested to work in the space part of the ITU. If anybody is working in the space segment and towards the wireless networks, then the frequency related aspect are being handled by the radio communication sector. We call it the ITUR sector. Anything relating to the orbitals in the sky, we know at what lat long specific satellites should be there, irrespective whether there is geostationary or the non-geostationary. The orbital slot is allocated by the ITU, so there is no interference with the rest of the people. Standardization, you know, one may invent a phone within this university, but if you want to connect university to the another university, even in Delhi, unless both speaks the same protocol, same language, it's not possible to communicate from one to another. Whereas ITU is able to provide the standardization process wherein entire world can be got connected through the same set of the equipments being developed from one place to another. And that is the extent of the standardization, and that work is done by the TSB, we call it, or the ITU T sector. Third is the development. We know whole world is not equal. Bridging the divide is the foremost or the prime concern of the United Nations, and accordingly that part activities are being taken care by the D sector. One of the most important aspects of the decision making in ITU is in the conferences. So the role of conference is much bigger than a normal entities, because generally if you see any company, the decision making lies with their board and then they take final decisions, right? And those decisions impact the businesses. Whereas in the ITU, the entire activity is based on the conferences, and fortunately for each of the sector, there is a dedicated conference of the assembly which takes place. So for the radio sector, we call it the World Radio Assembly or the World Radio Congress, which happens every 4 years. Similarly, for the standardization, there is a World Telecom Standardization Assembly, which also takes over every 4 years. Similarly, for the ITU development sector, we have the World Telecommunication Development Congress. So that way, why they are important? Because in these conferences, the entire discussion goes, and after having the multi-layer of the discussion, the decision is taken in the plenary based on the consensus made by all the people together. So what roadmap we are going to have will be decided in the WTSA. Before that, we know why the standard is important. I'm sure all of you may be knowing. One is the technical requirement and the real requirement that two entities must understand each other's language. More than that, the current requirement of standardization is linked with the economy. All of you are reading how many percentage of IPRs are there with the neighboring country in the 5G. How many SEPs are there of the Europes in the 5G technologies. And some of you may be knowing that the amount in terms of the Indian rupees what we export for the IT services, right, is lesser than the amount Microsoft earns from its licensing. That is the power of the license. And now we know these technologies do not remain just voice or the data communications or the video communication. These are the societal applications. As rightly mentioned by the VC, DTU is the right place to have the 5G use case lab set up here, because they are not only working in the telecommunication per se for the communication sake, but they are developing the solutions even for, say, digital health. And I think all industry-wise, everybody is doing in the same directions. So it is necessary, once you are doing development for the different segments of the society applications, then those have to be got recognized at the international level. So you are able to push forth what your IPRs, and indirectly they may fetch in back the economy to you. Ultimately, if we are dreaming to have 20% of the economy coming from the ICT sector out of the 5 trillion, that is possible when all of us work together and contribute in this direction. Let me go this thing. So these are the objectives being the United Nations. I think very simply written that they have to be non-discriminatory. Non-discriminatory means anywhere in the world you cannot have that this is applicable only for the US or applicable for this or that. Technology should work all across the globe, irrespective of the, say, the size of the country or the economy of the country or the color of the people or the creed or faith. So that is on the non-discriminatory international relations have to become. Then it's necessary that whatever technology one develops must have the interoperability. Otherwise, one company develops one product and the same phone is developed by another company, and if they are not able to interoperate, you have to throw out in the dustbin whatever the equipment you are using, because the moment you make your widget from one place to another, the technology may go useless. And that's the reason interoperability is very much essential. We know technologies are changing now. We all are listening like quantum computing or the artificial intelligence or you name the newer metaverse. These all need the standardization. And there we have the scope because most of the things are the software-defined network-based or the software-defined technologies wherein we already have the progress and we have the best IQ, best brains to develop that side. We know numbering scheme is limited, IP addresses are limited. So these things have to be optimally and best managed in such a way that the whole globe is able to use equitably without any discrimination to anyone. And this is also, WTSA also provides an opportunity to learn from the one country to another, share their knowledge, and finally come out with the best possible solutions. So this is the way we are able to fulfill the objective of the ITU2 through this thing. As I mentioned, every activity is there in 4 years period. The important thing is what is going to be decided to work in the ITU sector in next 4 years is discussed here. So what should be the structure of the ITUT? That is the our standardization sector. What are going to be the working methods? Whether the mechanisms are going to be same or how we are going to have the collaboration with the rest of the standard development bodies. Because nowadays, there is a very thin line between the communication, between the IT and the other applications as well. So something is being developed, say, by the IETF, by ISO, by any other international bodies, unless we have the working in such a way that this is highly collaborative and cooperative, it may not be possible to provide the interoperable global standards. And this is the mechanism wherein we are able to decide the strategy for the next 4 years relating to WTSA. If we see the history, last 4, it is just for the information. Now, this is the current one, what? So, what are our ambitions from this? The ambitions are, this is being the first in the Asia, right? We don't want to go with the normal business, what ITU do. That is the resolutions, discussions, all. But we want to utilize this opportunity more than the standardization assembly. And that's the reason, if you see on the right, there are many activities in addition to the WTSA assembly are going to take place. And one of them is the hackathon for which all of you are here. So this is an opportunity for us to participate into the different activities in addition to the WTSA, normal processes wherein the member representatives, the academic representations, or even the industry representations are going to be discussed from the world over. Right? Secondly, everybody try to showcase what technology they have. So there is going to be exhibitions. And this is an opportunity even for our country that if we have something unique for which there may not be an international standard available today, but we can showcase our technologies as well in this expo, and the technology may get recognized by the 194 countries, and something is worth for them, be sure it is going to be global. So this is the best possible opportunity even to share your views. If you do not have the product, even if you are thought, if you are able to speak on the innovation square, probably you will be able to get the attention of the whole world if your work is worth to the anywhere. So some of you, I think, as far as Delhi is concerned, most of you are already aware that this is going to be held in the Bharat Mandapam. The duration is going to be there from the 15th to 25th of October, although on the 14th we do have the Global Standardization Symposium. Right? So, in this what we expect, we are going to have about 1,500 to 2,000 foreign delegates. And these delegates will be combination from the state diplomats, the engineers, the researchers, the equipment vendors, chip designers. So if you have any of your interest, you may be able to find the right match, right partners, even for carrying out the startup businesses or the big businesses. So this is the best possible opportunity for you to have the interactions there. And what we are likely to do, as I mentioned, we have to decide what ITUT sector is going to do in next 4 years. Also, since the decision is making based on the resolutions, we already have about 100 resolutions in the T sector. They are going to be discussed therein, and we have to go faster to see that what is important and not. Leadership positions are going to be discussed therein. Anybody who wants to participate, this is the registration link. I will leave my PPT so you can use, or you can simply write even the WTSA Delhi, you will get this link. How anybody can participate who are going to be the nodal officers. So the companies which are already the member, or any institution which is the member, their nodal officer themselves can allow for the participation in WTSA. Otherwise, you can participate through the Indian administration. Right? This is just the sample you can always see on the thing. Right? So what is the overview? I think my friend Rajesh has already shared with you. This is the entire program for the WTSA sideline events, and there you have all possible opportunities for you to participate as per your requirements. Right? The Global Standard Symposium is going to take place on the 14th, and that will be chaired by Dr. Rajkumar, who is our C.dot CEO. And again, here you have the opportunity to listen the global leaders, right? And these are the basic different kind of the discussions which are going to be there on the different aspects. I'm not going into the technical details of that. You can always refer to. This is high-level discussions during that wherein the ministers are going to participate. So if anybody want to listen to them, there is an opportunity, and there is a probability of having the networking as well. Okay. We are lucky that on the 14th we are having the World Standardization Day. So the celebration is also going to take place on the same day along with the WTSA. Like anybody can participate, there is going to be exposition by the international community in the ITU. And let me share another thing. There is an IMC going along with that. So you will have around 1,000 plus exhibitors there, which are going to display their technologies, and you can also be part of that. And then in addition to that, these focused technology things you can see there, which demonstrates the AI for good, technological. I think once you visit there, you will find you are in the entirely different world. Right? We have the chair right with us, Mr. Mitra sir, who is going to be the head of all the deliberations there, and we are going to get the direction for next 4 years under the chairship of Mr. Mitra. Here you can participate directly as industry, you can participate also as an institution, and if you have some innovative ideas through the DOT at no cost of the space, the government is also sponsoring, you have the probability to get yourself demonstrating there. Right? AI for good is there. I think you are already working, so this is going to be the program. Gender division has always been a matter of discussions, and here WTSA has mandated 30% participation of the ladies to be there. So we encourage all of you, all the young girls to participate therein, and whoever is nominating to participate is requested to make composition in such a way that we are having at least 30%. In fact, we will request if we can make it 50% or 40%. That is going to be the lead. Right? You can listen how the new technologies are taking shape. So kaleidoscope is there. Then let us see. Closing day will be there on the 24th. Right? Because the UN day is the one, so celebrations are going to be. So what are the takeaways for the any individual countries? We will come specific for the all of you on this, on the similar lines. Right? I was also asked to share that what we had done in the 20. So in the 20, actually the 20 was to be held in Hyderabad. Unfortunately, due to the COVID, we could not do, and it was held physically in the Geneva. The difference was that this event had the both modes. One can join remotely, one can join physically, but the decision-making rights were available only for the participants who were physically available there. Right? So you can see how many countries had come and participate there and how nice discussions going on there. That is a very unique experience we can have in India. We all know because of the economy, we are not able to travel to the outside world at personal cost or at the institution cost. And this will give us an opportunity to visit as many as people possible from the India. Right? So if you say in terms of the resolutions, some 36 resolutions were amended and modified. 2 major resolutions were taken care there. 4 were suppressed. And these all things are available in the final report. The link is available. You can always read from there. Okay. To the India-specific contributions or the achievements or the outcomes what we had, we could sign the bilateral agreement during this. And what our friend mentioned in my introduction, that I was the senior advisor to the ITU, heading the area office Delhi, was outcome of this agreement. And Delhi office is having the ITU area serving to the 6 countries with the innovation center in itself. And that could be utilized by any one of you. Right? The decision to host this 24 was also taken there on record. We could get as the position of the one of the study groups, and Mittal sir were there as the chair for the study group 11. Similarly, we could get the 8th position of the vice chairs, we could get 1 regional chair, and the new resolution contributions, all resolution proposed by India got approved there. So overall, if you see, this has been a very fulfilling, satisfying experience for the India to be part of this. Right? And what we want from all of you to do, kindly showcase your innovation in the exposition, listen to the high-level discussions, help us in bridging the digital and the gender equality requirements. Youth can participate there, and these are the side events. I specifically need the attention of all of you because without you we cannot work there. Since new technologies are going to be this and proposed, we want to have all of you to join us in the various study groups and make contributions there too. And we want to see that the vision of the Prime Minister to have the 6G standards led by country can come through. With this, I think, I request again all of you to join ITU, WTSA and the IMC together. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So much, sir, for your in-depth and detailed discussion about the WTCA and WTSA event. Now, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Leon Wong from Rakuten Mobile Japan to join us on video conference. He has over 15 years of experience in IT and telecommunication, and he has built a high-performance computer GPU for Rakuten Group. He has been involved in the research development of the Rakuten Institute of Technology. He is also chairman of ITUT focus group on autonomous networks, and I request him to share insights about ITU Hackathon and details regarding our today's hackathon and the problem statement. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Of the challenges, all these challenges that we ran throughout the years has actually created a lot of opportunities and impacts across multiple regions geographically. We have done a lot of mentoring activities that has impact a lot of life of the students and that is participating in all these hackathons, biggathons that we have. We have worked hard to engage the students, the universities, provide them the mentoring they need. And some of the concrete examples that you can we see throughout the years is like, for example, like Mr. Purvi from SRM AP India. He's one of the AI for Good scholar in this year, part of the Innovate for applicants throughout 30 over countries in Asia, across the globe. And then Mr. Purvi was one of the selected ones, and he was invited to AI for Good Summit this year in ITU headquarters in Geneva. So on top of that, you can see we have part of the Impact Innovate for Impact events that was held together with World Artificial Intelligence Conference in Shanghai this year. Tata actually use case also been selected as the Super AI Leader Awards in Shanghai. This is the first Indian company that has been nominated as part of this part of the bigger activities throughout the AI for Good. You can see through the links that is example of the links there throughout all the different companies. So of all the impacts that you see, so bring us down to this current WTSA hackathon. So I'm going to give an overview for everyone here what this hackathon is about. So this is today's agenda. I'll quickly go through this. So there's problem statement. There's two problem statements that you'll need to be aware of. So the first one is build your own AI ML model for 5G. So it's very simple. So what you need to do with this first problem statement is basically you, from a list of 5G, 6G use cases, you pick one of the use cases, you design and build AI ML pipelines in accordance to the ITU standards recommendations, Y.3172. You'll be very familiar with that after that. We will provide you the resources for the participants, open data, compute servers, as well as mentoring from all the ITU experts itself. So again, this is open to anyone, to global participants. So there is two phases for this problem statement itself. Phase one is the online part. We have webinars, roundtables, mentorings. We have call for use cases. Then you design the ML pipelines. You identify the open data. Then you do your model training. And after that, once you goes into phase two, which will be held in person on 7th and 8th of October itself, you will be physically there trying to build your own AI ML model. You do model training and optimizations as testing and demo in the sandbox itself. So on problem statement 2 is how you build your own XApp for autonomous 5G and 6G. All right, as previous speaker has said, India would want to be one of the leaders in the 6G era itself. So all your innovative ideas that turn throughout this hackathon will be very important as well for the standards and for the leaderships. So we have, again, same phase one, phase two. Phase one is online. You have webinars, roundtable, mentor. You design an XApp. You create custom XApp designs inside the XApp itself. I will explain a bit more what is XApp if you're familiar with the ORAN architecture itself. Then in phase two, you will be in person again in a room on 7th and 8th of October. You do the implementations and optimizations, and you will do the demo. It's similar to problem statement 1. Phase 1 online, do submissions. Phase 2, you're in the room to do the actual hacking. That's that word to say. Some rules and regulations that our dear participants needs to be aware of. So hackathon, this WTSA hackathon is open to anyone. I say anyone, basically you can be a student, your startup, small enterprise, university professors, from anywhere. Everyone can participate. My daddy can also join if they are technology enthusiasts. So you are welcome to join individually. You can form a team to submit the solutions together. We actually prepare mentoring sessions for you to code and so forth. So for the mentors, if you are experienced professors or teachers or professionals or leaders, we welcome you we welcome your guidance to be part of the mentoring team. So do kindly reach out to us if you want to be a mentor as well. We are open to that. For each team or each individuals, as a maximum of 3 submissions are allowed. So we just want to pick 3 of your best solutions. So just maximum 3 submissions are allowed per team. Please take note of that. Like previous mentions, cloud credits can be arranged for selected teams for model training. Teams, you can use your own or open data sets. I will explain a bit more about the open data sets. If needed, data sets can be discussed with selected teams only. So these are the simple rules and regulations for hackathon. And prizes. Thank you so much for all the sponsors and organizers. We have your big support from DOT as well as the Telecom Center of Excellence for this hackathon itself. There is prizes for the best of the best. You can see it's quite a rewarding awards that will be given for the top 3 ranks. We also have best prize award for the best students. We have award for the best startups. We have award for the best female as well. So what do you need to do throughout the phase? For phase 1, register yourself. Don't forget to register yourself. You need to register yourself to participate. There's a link to register yourself. At the end of the presentation, I will share the link to you all. So after you register, you submit the design. There's examples that you can have a look later as well. If you have any questions throughout the phase, the task itself, there's always a Slack chat that is open specifically for this forum, hackathon. You can actually pose your questions. There will be experts there, mentors there to reply and address your doubts over there. On phase 2, when you're in person on 7th and 8th of October in Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi. So this is going to be a 2 days coding event. You're going to work hard during these 2 days, and then we have the final winners at the end of the day, at the end of the phase 2. So for phase 2, it will be going to be selected from phase 1. So phase 1, you have to submit then we will select the participants for phase 2. So in terms of the timeline, we have been running this, the phase 1 from August to September. We have launched the portal and online webinar. You might have joined previously. We have mentoring events that has been held previously, August and September. Registration closes on 28th. Submissions together with the registration closes on 28th itself. So if you have not submitted, if you are registered, you have not submitted, take note of the deadline. You have to submit by 28th. All right. So announcement of the shortlisted team for phase 1 will be on 30th September. And then the shortlisted team participants will join phase 2 on 7th to 8th of October to meet at Barak Mandapam to do the 2 days coding events. Okay, you can see all the mentoring events from the sessions, from the recordings there. I will share the links later as well. So how are you all going to be evaluated? I think this is very important to be open and clear to everyone. So in phase 1, it's clear we have different evaluations criteria with different weight. So the relevance of the use case to SDGs, AI standard, and 5G is 0.2. Your clarity of your AI ML pipeline is 0.2. Completeness of the design and documentations is 0.3. Readiness for phase 2, including your self-test design, YAML code is 0.2. And relations to the standards, such as 3172, which is the ML5G AI, you will find the AI ML pipeline, or 3061, which is the autonomous networks architecture standards, and others that you can find. This is 0.1. So all this rate is very important. So you have to try your best to get as much as possible according to this criteria. On phase 2 itself, the demonstrations in orchestrated platform or cloud platform, your demonstration plays an important role. You're going to weight 0.5. Clear concept explanation of the AI/ML itself or your design or your solution itself is 0.3. Completeness of submissions, including the code repository, is 0.2. This is very important as well. So the final score, how we're going to do the final scoring is we're going to add the sum of the phase 1 and phase 2 based on the weight that has been given to this through this criteria out of 200. So this will be the evaluation criteria for the hackathon. So problem statement 2, I'm going to dive in a bit more. So it's about build your own X app for autonomous 5G and 6G. So what is X app? But take a step back to understand more. We need to go back to what is Open RAN. From the left, you can see the traditional RAN. From the right, you can see the Open RAN. Traditional RAN, you have a single vendor. In the Open RAN architecture, you are actually breaking the single vendor out. So you can have the CU, DU, and RU, the open CU, DU, and RU to be multiple vendors. You can have CU from one vendor, DU from another, and as RU from another. So that's the super simplistic concept of an open architecture RAN. So as we say, so what is RU is the radio unit itself. The DU is the distributed unit. The CU is the centralized unit. And on top of this, you have the non-real-time rig, radio intelligent controller, as well as a near real-time rig, the near real-time radio intelligent controller. And what we are targeting here is the XApp. XApp is on top of the near real-time rig. So if you ask what is the difference between the non-real-time and the near real-time, basically the non-real-time is anything that works above 1 second. The near real time is anything that works between 10 milliseconds but under 1 second. So that's the expected responsiveness of your XApp itself. You can find more about this information through the ORAN or the Open RAN Alliance website itself to understand a bit more of this. So if you might wonder what is this XApp and so forth. So basically in This picture, you can see an architecture of an open RAN by the ORAN Alliance. You can see where the near real-time rig sits in here. Basically, this is where the accept is supposed to be. Basically, all this, to keep it simple, is a closed loop and different interfaces that is defined by the ORAN. You have closed loops in the non-real time. You have closed loop in the near real time. You also can have closed loop in the OU, DU, RU itself. So just try to imagine your accept as a closed loop. So your accept closed loop or whatever you want to call it, it can be a very specific RAM functions. For example, for the examples given here, dynamic optimization, this can be closed loop optimizations, load balancing, traffic steering, all these kinds. So with accept can do one of these things or one of these functions or multiple functions together. So there are a lot of use cases you can choose from the ORAN itself. This is some of the examples. For example, traffic steering itself. This why I highlighted this is actually that we will give some examples of this as well. As part of a Git repository, you will see an example of how traffic steering can be done. Of course, there's a lot of others use cases. You are not limited to this. You are open to be creative. I wish you all to be creative for all these use cases. So surprise us. That will be very good. If you wonder how does autonomous networks plays a role in this, you can have a look at the ITU journal with the title of Towards Autonomous Open Radio Access Networks. So in this journal, it explains itself like how ORAN architecture itself can be autonomous in different ways. So you can dig in a bit more to understand a bit more. If you need to understand this a bit more, feel free to reach out to the mentor, to the Slacks, everything. We are happy to explain all these informations to you. So here you see the autonomous networks architecture here based on the ITU standards recommendation 3061. So it's based on 3 key concepts of create, validate, and apply. So this is how you work, how you can create, validate, and apply your accept itself based on this autonomous networks architecture on 3061. So what's the goal are we targeting for problem statement 2? So you are to create an accept for a specific 5G, 6G use case, which can interact with the 3061 architecture you saw earlier. Ideally, it needs to be modular and configurable at runtime. So it can be validated in the sense of the sandbox itself, the Barat sandbox, via the 3061 architecture framework itself. What are the options in compositions of the accept? So there's different optimization strategies. There are data fusions, approaches, executions, actions. There's a lot of different things you can do in terms of bringing autonomy to the accept itself. It depends on how creative you can be during the hackathon itself. So what are the intents for an accept looks like? How to define good for an accept and use cases? How do you define? How do you validate this? These are all one of the few of the goals that you are trying to achieve through the problem statements. So the flow chart for submission. So how are you going to submit things? Same. First, you choose a use case. You design the pipeline. You design the accept itself. Optional, you can test the accept in your own sandbox setup, and then you submit. Number 4, submit. 28th of September, 2 days from now, you submit your code. It needs to be the app.py files along with the config files and the E2 messages. You can refer to the mentoring sessions too. There's links here. I'll share the links where you can find the mentoring session as well later. Okay, document submissions details. So there is a very specific format on how the documents you submit is going to be. So you need to have all these clauses with the right headers. The document headers, you need to have the author details, affiliations, context. Clause 1, you have the use case intro. Clause 2, you have the requirements. Clause 3, you talk about the problem statement 1's pipeline design. Clause 4, you talk about the problem statements 2, app design. clause 5, you have the relations to the standard itself. If you remember, this is weighted as well of the evaluation criteria. Clause 6, you have the code submissions. Clause 7, you have the cell testing results. So there are samples documents. The organizer had taken a lot of time to prepare very good examples in the GitHub repo. So please have a look if you end up. We just quickly share some of this example. I will share some of this example in the next few slides. So, sorry, yeah, I'll share some of the example in the next few slides. So, code submissions. How do you submit the code? If you saw the flow just now, you commit the app.py file or other files to your GitHub repo that is prepared. So refer to the mentoring sessions too for how to create a repo. You have the links, you have the repo itself is here. Some examples I'm going to show you on the documents that are going to be submitted. We have, like, for example, 4, this is a use case about a midnight robbery. The example docs covers that we have prepared in the GitHub covers a lot of the different use cases that we have explained earlier. You have in the previous slides, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 19, all this. So you'll be able to see a lot of good examples. Apologies for it's a bit small. For time's sake, I would not open up the documents, but from here you can see, if you can see, you have the right headers of the documents itself, your name, affiliations, your team. You have the use case introductions. Introduction of the use case. You have diagram if needed, and then you have the use case requirements. You have the problem statements 1 pipeline design explained here. You have this nice picture which is generated by Meta AI if you want to. You have problem statements X app design explained here. You have the code, you have the messages from the E2. You have the relations to the standard itself, explaining like which part of this is related to which part of the standard, like 3172, if you can see this. Then you have the ORAN E2 messages, as well as, and then you have the code submission details. At the end of here, you can see, and then you have the self-testing result as well. Okay, this is just one example of documents that you are expected to submit as part of the competitions, hackathon. There's a lot more examples for you to look at. This is just one of the examples, so do kindly have a look at examples. They are very good examples. So on the data set itself, there's a lot of open data sets that you, as part of the challenge, you can pick up from. You can go to the challenge, the AI for Good challenge links. There's where you can actually download all these data sets. You can see these are the current running challenges. There is also there where you can pick up data sets from there. So like things you have like more than hundreds RUAUs measurements from 12 different products. You have basically the data sets includes base stations informations, you have cell level data, energy consumption. So there's a lot of data sets you can pick up from. And as part of all this, one of the challenges that you can pick up the data sets for the large language model itself for telco ITU AIML 5G challenge. You can pick up the Falcon 7.5 billion telco knowledge. This is one of the things that you can pick up. You have the tel Q&A data sets. You have the 5x2 telco knowledge itself. All this you can find it from the Hugging Face itself. You also can find the Open Data Repository. This is published in a report by the AI for Good Innovate for Impact that I explained earlier. That's one of our Indian scholar that was selected. So in that report, you can find different use cases and as well as links to the data sets that is related to the use cases. For example, you have the AI supported green growth simulations too. You have the data sets over there. You have AI-based chatbot for farmers. Yeah, you can find the data sets from the government in the AG.marknet.gov.in itself. You have AI-enabled power efficient macro radio units, the data set from Mapbox. So all this, they have much more data sets that you can pick up from this report. So as we said, 3 GPUs will be provided to selected participants. So GPUs, all this compute doesn't come cheap, but we thank the sponsors and everything to make all this possible. So what you need to do, you need to submit the design as per the sample docs that I have explained earlier, wait for the selections, and then refer to mentoring sessions 4 on how to use all these resources. Just the reference to all the things that we have provided, like all the recommendations, the related recommendations and so forth. So FAQs, so some of the frequently asked questions for the hackathon itself, selection criteria, you can refer to the slides that as presented earlier in 14th. Do you get travel support? Yes, selected candidates will get travel support to Delhi. So up to 4 members per team can be supported for India team and 1 member per team for foreign teams. So travel support is provided. So what are the use cases? Any use cases applying AI for SDG. So you can find these examples here. Sorry. Should I use only ITU references? No, you can use any standard references as long as they are cited in the submissions. You can pick up any other references if needed. Where can I get the datasets? Where can I get a CPU, GPUs? I explained earlier, the datasets in open datasets you can find from a link. You can design your own datasets if you want. You can contact the mentors for dataset if required. GPUs are available in the clouds for selected teams. How do I create an XApp? Use the OpenAI IC examples given in the mentoring sessions. We go back to the mentoring sessions. We have explained that, how you can create that. What are the recordings for the mentorings? Where are the recordings? You can refer to the links here. What are the prizes? Very good prizes that I have shown earlier in slide 10. So how will I show the demo? You will present in person using cloud platform in Delhi. Demo format will be discussed with the selected candidates after the selection in phase 1. When should I submit? Deadline 28 September, 12 midnight India time. Can I reuse examples? No, you cannot reuse the examples. However, it can be modified with significance and unique changes. So I have a great idea for the use case. Can I submit? Of course, yes. You are most welcome to submit your great ideas. Please make sure it's relevant to AI in SDG and networks. So how to submit? We have explained that. Register and submit on slide 24 and 25. So with that said, keeping to the time that I'm allowed. So thank you so much for giving the opportunity to share this. Thank you for listening. You can scan this QR code to access the challenge website. From there, you'll be able to find all the informations, the mentoring sessions, the link to join the Slacks to ask more questions. And with that said, I welcome you all to join the hackathon, and those that already joined, I wish you all the best and may the best thing wins. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for providing a detailed roadmap to the hackathon event. Now, from the participant side, if anyone has any doubt regarding the roadmap to hackathon, may please raise that at this moment. That is all settled then. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee Wong. Continuing further our program, I would like to invite so we'll be taking the high tea break now. It will be 15 minutes break. For the participants who have not yet registered and got their kit for the registration, may please also do that in the same time. We will meet after 15 minutes. Thank you. The serving area for the students and the participants is on the left side. The VIP area is on the right side. Further, there will be a QR code on the screen in a short while. Students and participants are requested to scan that QR code. That QR code is for the quiz that will be held at the end of the session around 1:30 p.m. So everyone is requested to register themselves on that QR code so that we can go through the quiz at that moment. Thank you. Students, you're all requested to scan the QR code that is displayed in the screen because that QR code will enable you for the quiz and will also enable you to get the certificate on your email ID that will be putting into the website of the QR code. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hello, check sound check. Hello, hello, check 1 2. विनय भाई check 1. Hello. Check. हेलो हेलो चेक 1. हेलो आ रही है आवाज? क्लियर आ रही है ना?
Check, check, check. Students are requested to come back inside the auditorium hall. Shubham, make all the students inside, please. Students who have not yet registered on the given QR code may please do so now. This will enable us to send you the quiz and the certificates regarding this event. Amrin ji. Amrin? Students are requested to be seated, please. We are commencing the next session. May you please take your seats. I welcome all back to the session again after refreshing break heighting. Now it's time for us to invite Shri R.R. Mittal, WTSA Chair Designate, to discuss the role and standards in engineering and technology. He will shed light on how standardization influences innovation and technology development. May you please extend a warm welcome through a clap.
Thank you for the introduction. Mr. Manoj, Special DG, Department of Telecom, my other colleagues from Department of Telecom, eminent professors in this auditorium, and most importantly, the bright young minds that we have, and who are, of course, the future for Indian standardization drive that we are striving to achieve. So I have to speak on importance of standardization. I'm thankful to my earlier speakers, Mr. Shakya and Mr. Leon Wong from Rakuten, to have thrown sufficient light which kind of touched upon why do we need standardization. So you have a fair idea of standardization now and the importance of standardization. So I'll try to base my talk on 6 or 7 important aspects of standardization. The first aspect I would think is the most important is consumer confidence. Now, every user of a telecom or a ICT service, a consumer, must get the confidence in that. I'll start with a very simple example of mobile handset. In mobile handset, if you use it for too long, then the heat can be absorbed by a tissue in a ear, which can be dangerous for the human health. So there is a standard called specific absorption rate. It is 1.6 watt per kg. So that is the standard. So if there is no standard, then this limit is not tested. And if this is not tested, and for Indians per se, who have a habit of honestly long talk, even on the phone, this could be dangerous. So the first important point is that it gives the consumer a confidence that a device is quite safe to be used. It will not cause any health issue in the time to come. Going further, there are base stations. Base stations also radiate energy. So there is a limit to how much base station output should be. And there is something called EMF, electromagnetic field. And there is an international organization called ICNIRP, International Commission for Non-Ionization Radiation and Protection. So it has set some standards for the radiation also. You go near the tower, there is going to be more radiation if you go far. This is a simple physics rule. But there is a standard to that. And India follows, to be on safe side, whatever is recommended, 1/10 of that. For example, above 2 gigahertz, the standards are 10 watt. 10 watt means whatever power is getting radiated, till 10 watt, it's a zone of exclusion. That means nobody, ordinary person, ordinary population, should go near that range. But we have kept it 1 watt. Okay. It's the reverse. We have kept 10 watt. So the important point, number 3, is the acceptability of any technology is based on the features it offers. Many of you would recall there were 2 mobile standards. Maybe it is a part of curriculum also. One is GSM, other is CDMA. Okay. Both were well drafted standards by big names in the telecom OEMs fraternity, but ultimately the GSM picked. Why? Because the GSM offered a very unique feature which CDMA did not offer to begin with, and that was prepaid service. Okay. A prepaid service was such a hit with the common consumer that you did not want to have a burden of receiving a fat bill, a surprising fat bill at the end of a month, and then having to pay that. So this prepaid service really caught the attention of masses, so the simple feature of prepaid. Then the other feature was you can change. There was a SIM card in the device. The standards were so well crafted that you change from Airtel to, let's say, Vodafone, you need a simple change of SIM card, which was not the facility given by the CDMA handsets. So you were locked to the operator. You change the operator, you have to change the handset. So these are the things which give consumer confidence, be it in safety, be it in... Now you can see it's a portability, number portability. You're not happy with Airtel, you go to Jio. You're not happy with Jio, you come to Vodafone. Second, of course, is the interference that any device is subjected to when it works in vicinity of the other devices. So there are standards for EMI interference as well as conformity. That means if you are bringing any telecom equipment along with a power source which will generate EMI. So you should have that capability to work in the limited electromagnetic field. Okay. So these are the importance. If these are not well debated, well crafted, and well tested and complied to, then no equipment will work. When you want to talk to each other, you don't want any noise at the background. You don't want any other device interfering you in the background. So this is the second most important requirement of a standard. I would also like to touch upon another important standardization requirement, which is social. ITU has a special group which works on communication needs for person with disabilities. Okay, so we may be blessed to be a normal human being, but there are people with hard of hearing, this thing, and other challenges. Resolution 70 of ITU specifically asks the technology groups, which are called the study groups there. My colleague, Mr. Desai, will cover in his talk what these study groups are. So the study groups cover what they do, and the WTSA, which is we're talking since morning, will give the direction to the various study groups in ITU what to do in next 4 years. So WTSA, since it is a resolution kind of a finalizing conference, it will not be very technical, but the direction it will give will be very, very important for the study groups, which are the essential parts of any technical activity that is undertaken there. Another important requirement of standardization is security. So when we were, Mr. Manoj talked about the manual exchanges, and when we were introduced to the manual exchanges, we pretty much knew that there is nothing can harm it. Then we came into software-based exchanges. That time they were called SPC, Stored Program Control Exchanges. They were also pretty much safe. Even if today you pick a landline or you dial a mobile, so let's take an example of a landline. When you communicate from the landline to the network node, which is called a user network interface, all you could do is you could dial some 10 digits. Okay, so you could convey 0 to 9, and the exchange will take care of, it will collect the digits, and the call routing software will do the rest, and there are other things you will do. The data network of the yesteryears were not based on internet protocol. There was a protocol called X25, X21. So they were all well-crafted protocols, but the important thing why they were secure is the user could not communicate to the network it could communicate with only a very simple language. Unlike today, when the the internet protocol is end-to-end protocol. So when you browse, you go and talk to your, let's say, router in an IP language. And the router to router, there are protocols, let's say broader gateway protocols, routing information protocols, and there are multiple protocols. Youngsters are fully well aware of these protocols. The important thing is these are now end-to-end protocols, which has given a sense of insecurity to the equipment, because now it is possible, you hear every day these hackings and this database being compromised. It is because of I'm not criticizing IP. In fact, internet protocol has totally revolutionized the world. We know the kind of services that we can have, we could not have in an old scheme of things. So the security need is very much paramount for any. So you can imagine if the public network has to be compromised, it can really create havoc. It's a no-brainer that we need a very stable and very secure network. So what we did in India is that just important another point to be covered, Mr. Shakya had it in bullets, it is contribution driven. So any standard you make, you have to make a proposal, you have to submit to the standardization body, and the stakeholders must have sufficient time to understand it and react on it. And the second important point for any standardization activity is consensus based. That's what, so everybody must in the room must agree, yes, this is the way forward. Otherwise, because we are not talking of some other equipment, we are talking of telecom equipment. Let's say if there are 5 different kinds of telecom equipment in a network, each one must interoperate and understand the language of the other. So this harmonization, this consensus is very, very important for standardization to happen in the telecom domain. So when we started discussing the security issues, and we need not depend on international standardization, we start with something called what could be a national problem. Okay, so the many international companies told that they're already tested something against something against a standard for IT security, which is called a common criteria. That means if I am tested against a common criteria standard, then no need to test. But we did not stop here. We have made our own security standards, which are called ITSAR, Indian Telecom Security Assurance Requirement. And now most of the Europe has started this, that security is my sovereign right. I cannot say that if equipment is tested for a security standard of, let's say, X country, I may or may not accept it. I may have my own this thing. Development is another important requirement for standardization. There was a very beautiful slide on the Rakuten presentation. On left side, there was a BTS diagram, BBU and RU. And on the right side, it was broken into 3 components: CU, centralized unit, distributed unit, and you assume this is a BTS. Assume in a layman's term that you take a hammer and break, and it has doing some 10 functions. So 3 functions, 4 functions. So this is what standardization also drives innovation, and innovation drives standardization. So they are kind of complementary. So if you can break a box and make a small box with limited capability, but it interworks with the other 2 boxes, then that's the best thing. If you visit IMC this time, you will find many Indian vendors into this. Somebody will have CU, somebody will have DU, somebody will have RU. And mind you, in mobile, which is obviously the network of today, 70% of the cost is this one. Trust. Trust is another important requirement for standardization. We are going to discuss resolution on artificial intelligence, and India, and specifically in DOT, in Telecom Engineering Center, we have a standard on fairness. How to judge a fairness of a AI kind of whatever is implemented through the AI, whether it has any bias. So this is what is one of the agenda. Other agenda for this time, just to be quickly finishing in time, is metaverse. It was already there. Last but not the least, I would say, is the green revolution is also a need for standardization. There is a study group 5 on circular economy. Mr. Rakesh Desai will speak in detail. That is a very important aspect of standardization these days. It also will cover something called ROHS, reduction of hazardous substances. That means if you make anything on a PCB, you have to use, maybe there are some metals like cadmium. They are causing, when it is thrown away, it will create a waste and it will impact the environment adversely. So the world has woken up, and all these standards are also coming, which are coming under the broad plethora of green standards, you may say, or circular economy, you may say. But these are few points regarding importance of standardization. Time is short. You've already had 2 talks on this. I have a very eminent colleague, Mr. Rakesh Desai. Don't want to eat into his time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful nuances on need of standardization in technology and engineering. Going forward, I request Shri Rakesh S. Desai, DDG FATEC, to discuss the ways to enhance the student and faculty engagement with ITU activities and various opportunities available for contributing to the global standardization. I request you all to welcome with a round of applause.
Yeah, good afternoon all. So, respected Sri Manoj Singh ji, Special DGT, Delhi LSA, respected Sri R.R. Mittal Saab, Chair Designated WTSA 24 and ex-advisor DOT, respected Sri Sakya Saab, Senior DDG, Haryana LSA, Rajesh Gupta Saab, DDG NCA, and students and faculties from the DTU. Good afternoon all of you. So due to some time constraint, I have given some 10 to 15 minutes because now quiz has to be going to start simultaneously at 3 places. So my topic is the how a student can engage in the ITUT activities. So I will try to cover in some of the areas. Some of the aspects have been explained by my previous speaker in detail by the Sri Sakya Saab and somewhat from by Mittal Saab. So first let us explain that there are different ICT standardization organizations in the world, mainly ITUT. ITUT is dealing with the telecommunication and the ICT standards. Then there is IEC, that is the International Electro-Technical Commissions, ISO, International Standard Organization for Standardizations, and IEEE. So these are more prominent standards organizations. All are working on the ICT standards, but mainly IEC, ISO are working on the processes, and ITU is working on the technology part. And the standards prepared by these organizations, they are consulted with other standards organizations. All standards are harmonized, so there is no overlapping of the things or difference of technical parameters. So all the these organizations are interacting with each other. They have liaising officers with each other, and there are other standard organizations like 3GPP and IETF, Broadband Forum, ORAN, and 1M2M. Those are also standard organizations. So, ITU Secretary General has a special message to academia also that their scientific research is mission critical when it comes to connecting the world. ITU nurtures new knowledge, break ground, and create standards and regulation our increasingly digital world depends on. Your expertise, knowledge, and research are invaluable to our work. So, Secretary General also invites all the academia and students to join the ITU. This is the somewhat brief of the ITU, which is explained by my previous speaker. So, mainly it is having 193 member states, more than thousands companies and researchers, some 170 plus universities are there. So, it works mainly in the ICT standards on the radio communication systems, interconnection of network, data transport, online security, broadcasting systems, and multimedia also. So, promoting ICTs for a better tomorrow, that is the goal of the ITU. So, these are the objectives broadly. This also explained. So, mainly goal of the objectives of the ITUT is categorized in the 5 sectors. One is the development of standards, that is the non-discriminatory standards, what we have explained. Every standard should be interoperable and having the improved performance of parameters. It should bridge the standardization gap, particularly in the context of the developing countries. then it should have the efficient use of the telecom resources like numbering, naming. Those are the telecom resources nowadays. So those resources should be efficiently utilized, and the standards promotes that also. So ITUT also wants knowledge sharing through the technical report, through interaction, through meetings, through a hackathon or so many such events. And it also interact with the other SDOs. As I have explained, there are so many standard developing organizations. So they are interacting with each other. So ITUT strategic plan is vision is as a developing information society having ICT standards that enable an accelerated social, economic and environmental sustainable growth and development for everyone. That is the vision. And for that vision, ITUT mission is to promote, facilitate and foster affordable universal access to telecommunication and ICT networks. So mainly two strategic goals. One is the universal connectivity and another is the sustainable digital transformation. So these are the three ITU sectors. One is ITUR, mainly dealing with the ITU radio communication part. These ITUR has 6 study groups. Then ITUT works on the technical standards. It has 11 study groups, and ITU development mainly on the policy aspect, and it has 2 study groups. So ITU working through these 3 arms. So functioning of ITU, it is already explained by previous speaker. So it has one plenipotentiary conference. They are held at every 4 years, where they are deciding their how the ITU should work, then how the agenda will be taken in place. So ITUT standardization works in 3 steps. One is the WTSA is the apex body in which all resolution will be decided. And as all of you know, in October, India is hosting. This is the first time in the Asia that WTSA is being taken place. Then there are ITUT study groups, and correspondingly ITUT study group, there are national working groups in TEC, that is a part of Department of Telecom. In that way, one can contribute. So study group is study group has been assigned specific some agenda that in this technology or this area, this study group will work, and it will design standards or revise the standards. So each study group will then further categorize their agenda into some questions, and then each questions they are then further having the detailed study, and on those questions member state or academia, they are giving contributions, and those contributions are discussed, deliberated. And each questions has been managed by the rapporteur. So there is a rapporteur is there, to assist rapporteur, associate rapporteur is there. So through this, and every study group has one chair, vice chair. So there is the leadership roles are there. And through that, enough consultation, that standards have been prepared. And standards, nowadays it's called ITU recommendations. It's not mandatory, it's voluntary. But as it is a concessions-led standards, it is widely accepted. And concessions here means not that everybody should agree. Efforts will be there always that even a single dissent they are trying to address. But even after enough efforts, if someone still dissent, then after some 3 to 4 minute meetings, they also go ahead, even that for one dissent also. But largely it is concession-led activities. So these are the various study groups, 11 study groups, as I have mentioned, that in ITUT there are 11 study groups. And study group number, you can see there are no continuity, because in the previous period, some study group 4 will be there, but in the last WTSA, it is decided that no, study group 4 is not required, it is overlapping. So some questions or some study area diverted to some other study groups, but they are not giving that number to anyone. So to maintain the legacy till now, so study group 2 is on the operational aspect, study group 3 is on the tariff and accounting aspect, study group 5, as just Mr. Sab has pointed out, that is the environment and EMF and circular economy part. It's studying mainly on how the technology can impact this environment and how it can be benefited. with the technology. Study group 9 on broadband cable and TV. 11 is on the signaling requirement. 12 is the performance, quality of service and quality of experience part. Study group 13 is the future network and emerging technology. Study group 15 is mainly the optical transport network, and it deals with the optical technology and the fiber to the home technology. Study group 16 is the multimedia and the digital technology, that AI, MI all are dealt here. Machine language. Study group 17 is the security part. The cyber security related aspects has been studied here, and standards have been framed. And study group 20 is the Internet of Things and smart cities. So as I have informed, there is a mirror national working group at TEC and DOT. So to facilitate contributions in the ITOT, so as there are 11 study groups, there are 11 national working groups, and chaired by some of the officer of the some experts from DOT. So this NWG is also constituted for 4 years. That is parallel with the ITOT study group period. And every national working group, there is a new work item they are discussing, or if there is a existing proposals of any other member states, then concerned national working group also discuss that, and if we have any additional input or we have some higher technology, then we can always propose our part to that contribution. So that also discussed in the national working group, and after discussing and enough consultation in the national working group consists of industry, academia and government officers. So after discussing, we are submitting those proposals at the ITOT study group level. So how the ITOT is engaging? ITOT is mainly engaging through 3 ways. One is the academia can become the member of the ITOT and take the membership and then participate in the discussions. Then another is the ITO journal is there, where you can publish your articles, your papers. This journal is free of charge. And one is this Kaleidoscope event. It has been organized along with the WTSA event. So there are 3 major avenues through which ITOT interact with the academia. And ITOT also enter agreement with the so many prominent universities to develop awareness about the standards. Then as I have mentioned, the ITOT Kaleidoscope, just it is also happened in India. So it is a peer-reviewed academic conferences, mainly arranged by the IEEE and IEEE communication societies, highlighting the emerging research trends and implications for international standards. So this is some of the examples of the ITOT collaborations with the prominent universities. Just like in Stanford universities, they are dealing with the digital fiat currency. Then there is one university, Gallaudet University, regarding the accessibility multimedia. EPFL, Global Visual Coding Standards. Then University of Hawaii, they are dealing with the submarine cable, how the standards can be developed on the submarine telecom cables. Then Tsinghua University, regarding IoT and all other things. Then Geneva Graduate Institute agreement with them to study the climate change aspects. So Kaleidoscope event, already it is explained that it is being held in India, and student and academia have good scope. Now already deadline is over, but you can participate in the discussion and gain the knowledge. So main part, how to contribute, how the student can contribute in the this standardizations activity. So there are 2 parts. One is a new resolution, or one is a revision in the resolutions. This is WTSA part. It is now already over. India this time has proposed new or modification. There are some around 40 to 50 cases where India has proposed. So this is the one is the in the contributing the WTSA, and now another is contributing the study groups. So in the study group also, if there is no standards are available and we have developed certain technologies, then we can always propose a new work item. And if there is already some standard or some recommendations, and we want that, okay, their standard is now too old, or we have developed some new, we have improvised that technology, we can also propose modification in that recommendations. And then, if, as I have explained, if any member state had submitted some proposal, we also suggest some addition or some changes in that proposals. So these are the three ways where one can contribute. So this is the life cycle, how the contribution is finalized and converted into the recommendations. So there are mainly three parts. One is the recommendation, in which technology requirements, specifications are explained. In some cases, if there is a case there technology is not too much developed, then people are going for the technical report also. And ITUT also publish technical paper like use cases of some technology and like that. So there are two ways for participating in the ITUT activities. As an academia, you can become the independent member of the ITUT, and another is there one can contribute through TEC and WG National Working Groups. If any academia institute can if they desire to have an independent member, then there is a fee for, this is the fee for the developing nation academia, around 2,000 Swiss franc, and it is the 4,000 for developed nations. So this is per year. But if some institute doesn't want to pay at this stage, and students and faculties are interested for contribution, then they can become the National Working Group member and take part in our discussions, proposals. Already we have, I am looking after the study group 15, so NWG 15, we have so much contribution from the IIT Madras and IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur. So these are the National Working Groups mirrored with the ITUT study groups, and I have mentioned the chairperson details also, where if anyone is interested, they can mail to the chairperson or access to our standard coordination portal. And to become a member of the ITUT, if you have to contribute in the ITUT and if you have to need the access of those documents, everyone should have TIES account. So TIES account is Telecommunication Information Exchange Service, just like one of the username email account ITUT is giving. It is one has to apply through ITUT portal, and focal point of every member, in our case DDG IR at DOT, they are approving that. And on the once you have the TIES account, you have access of all the documents. So these are certain advantages of participation in the study group, that you have the good network of professionals. There are around 20,000 professionals. You can also pitch your idea, you can pitch your technology, you can gain the knowledge from other technologies. So these are the advantages for the academia for participating in the study groups. Even you can have the advantage of the SCP, that is called Standard Essential Patent, which on revenue to the individuals. Once their idea become the recommendations of ITUT, then they can develop product and then claim the SCP also. So there are some incentives also, our DOT scheme. One is the TTDF scheme, in which we are giving the funding, DOT is giving the funding to the research and academia to have their proposals, and their funds are released based on that TRL basis. Then there is a Digital Communication Innovation Square scheme is there. In that scheme, we are giving grant up to 10 crores for the technology products. And Bureau of Indian Standards also, they are nodal for the ISO IEC. So they have also one scheme in which they are entering MOU with the institute, and they are also funding their research proposal up to rupees 10 lakhs. And they are planning to increase up to 25 lakhs. So ITU is also giving fellowship also. In that one can apply for fellowship and they can get the certificates. And it is very prestigious fellowship certificate also, one for the professional. And ITU is also offering internships. So nowadays, at present, some internship positions are open, but it is the non-paid basis. But sometimes they are giving on payment basis also. But this is very good experience for the students, because once you can, if you could do the internship, you have know the rules, regulations, and how the contributions are processed. So this from my side. Thank you. Thank you for listening. And thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for detailed description about the engagement activities. Now going forward, I'll request all the speakers and the guests to return back on the dais for the further sessions.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So we just concluded our sessions. Actually, this outreach event is being held simultaneously at Bangalore and Hyderabad also. Outreach event and hackathon. So, Delhi, Bangalore and Hyderabad together was earlier expected to be completed by 12:30. But now there's some overlap, and as soon as this sessions are completed at Bangalore and Hyderabad, we'll have a round of press conference and then a quiz. I think the quiz time earlier was given at 12:30. Now we'll have quiz at around 1:15 p.m. So that will be the schedule of event. Maybe we'll have just a panel discussion for having any question and answer from your side. Is it all right, sir? That's the way we can.
Thank you, sir, for the clarifications. So, the floor is now open for the participants and the students to raise questions on to the ongoing event. If there are any of the doubts that you have regarding the hackathon, may please, I'll be providing mics to you all. Please raise your hand before speaking. Mic. Ajit, mic.
Hello. Okay.
Hello,
so,
hello.
First of all, श्री आर मित्तर सर, ये सवाल मे बी आपके लिए रहेगा. This is not related to hackathon इतना, but this is related to technology and telecommunication. So recently, there's one vulnerability in SS7, signaling system 7. So according to my research, hackers can exploit your OTPs based SMS based OTPs. So they can also like capture your calls and messages. So what do you think is like a alternative for this, or is there anything you can like implement in future to make it more secure, or how to overcome this? Like, because this is a good security concern since SS7 is like used every day. That's my question.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you for being so aware. Abad J, please. For being so aware SS7 was considered to be one of the most secure technologies. And when I mentioned user network interface, so SS7 was used on a network interface. And for SS7 to be used, there is something called a point code. And a point code only a national administration could give. So there was no reason for it to be insecure. But why it has become insecure, maybe SS7 or other things, there was a concept of NGN, next generation network. And you all are bright students, you know the concept of open system interconnection. So we have a network layer, we have a routing layer, and then we have application layer. So the application layer got de-linked to the network layer in this. You have heard in paper, or you have heard in paper that regular operators, Airtel and Reliance, they are demanding the regulation of OTT apps. That means the WhatsApp, that should be regulated. Because WhatsApp, it has at a network application layer, it has no dealing with the network. It only uses the fat pipe, the data connection. Okay. Now this, I will try to explain this thing in a different way. When we used SS7, when I contacted the network as a customer, there was a parameter which said whether the calling number is set by the operator or the user has the flexibility of setting so in plain 2 bits it used to convey to the network, and as a national rule it was always said that the calling number has to be kept as decided by the operator, because the operator owns the number. But in WhatsApp, what has happened with the technology, while being so good, it has created that, or any app, it has created that insecurity. Because now it has moved to the application layer. The customer got de-linked with the network per se. Okay, so this is one of the reasons. And now to come to your question directly, study group 11 of the ITU, and incidentally I happen to be chair, there is we are proposing a marriage of the SS7 signaling and the digital certificates that ITU issues, so that any call which is accepted by a network from, let's say, any app is kind of authenticated as a source. So this would be one solution to trust, build a trust in the network node from where you really take the signals. Okay.
And what about the factor authentications, like two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication? Will there be any part playing in this, digital certifications?
So two-factor is already in place. I mean, you access State Bank of India site, you have that username, password, then you get OTP also. In fact, now there is inbuilt that, what is that called, CAPTCHA. So there is fairly, so two-factor authentication is here to stay. And there is one of the side events one day has a special session during WTSA on how to enhance SS7 security specifically for these issues. So maybe you can find time, and it should be informative. Though personally I may be busy, but there'll be many experts there speaking on the topic.
Thank you so much, sir.
My colleague.
Just to supplement what Mehta sir has explained, the issues comes when instead of the network, user is allowed to do the naming or say sending the original information. So the immediate solution, what operators had taken care, right? That is, first thing, like in India, we do not have the voice over IP allowed otherwise than the network to network. So such information is a concern only when the call is coming from the international, because within country that probability of getting thing exposed is much lesser, because that is controlled by the operators themselves. So if he try to put your own identity and all, it will not work unless you go for the voice over IP kind of the application. So that is one check which India has provided there too. And internationally also there are some other solutions which may not be, I think we may be spending time of others, and they do have the security concerns as well. So we had decided what are the other factors to be taken care. So I think more or less things are taken care. But yes, as a system, there is a concern which has been noted by the ITU, and Sir has rightly mentioned. In the group, this is already getting deliberated. And we will be more than happy based on your understanding if you want to participate and have the interaction done in the study group 11. So I think I will request that you can always reach out to my friend Desai here, who will take you to the SG11. Right? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sake sir. Any more questions, please? Any more key takeaways or experience sharing from the student side or the participants?
Reverse. Okay. Yeah. Right. So, yeah. Friends, I have a question to you. How many of you want to go for the research or the startups? Right. Good number. Right. So let me congratulate all of you in advance. But do you know, to go for the startups or this thing, you will be having something innovative. Then only you will be able to lead the entire of the world. Otherwise, you may remain just a startup and then do not take off further. If you want to be unicorn and the further, then you have to have innovations. And the innovation alone doesn't feed you back. You have to have the research in terms of the IPRs and the SAPs. Okay. So now I have the question with you relating to that. After listening almost for 2 hours plus today, do you feel there's a relevance of the ITU getting more business to your startups if you are able to interact or become party to the ITU, maybe through institution or maybe through the government platform? Please, the people who raised, do you find some value in this? Yeah, I think, can somebody provide the mic to our friends? Because you are going to be startup.
So I think before coming to like how ITU can help us, I think first of all, startup should think of how startup can help the society first. So maybe we are like still in this discussion part where what we can provide to society and how we can like help our India and on a global level help people. So first of all, we are still like discussing the idea. So maybe ITU can play a good role in that, especially in terms of cybersecurity. Because I'm in like more into cybersecurity space. So I think that will lead to ITU collaborating someday.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please. Kindly pass on the mic.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Farhan, and he was my colleague from Jamia Hamdard. And I have a suggestion that definitely IPU can help for the startups as well as for the research, because for the startup, it primarily focuses on various prospects, and networking is one of the major prospects, because if there is no networking, then a startup cannot grow well. And to encounter that, it is must that your reliance towards the networking and technologies must. And if the startup is integrated with the IPU, then definitely IPU research approaches, suggestions, and whole sort of framework would be definitely a plus and beneficial for the startup. And rest about talking about the research domain. So in research, there is a heavy potential of IPU, and the reason being, research is done on the subjects or the things that are heavy, that has been witnessed by the world, that either needs rectifications or either needs modifications. But that could only be once, only if it is highlighted. Since IPUs taken majorly all of the vulnerabilities that are available over the internet, protocols issues and all networking related tasks, so it's more like you are already highlighting the task. And just spreading the awareness for those in the research community is a plus. And once research community has enough insights for the potential issues, they could start working in the research prospects for it. So yeah, definitely IPUs. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we shared at least 30% representation from the girls, and nowadays it's a women power. So 2 head comes for 30, means you have to go one more. Any of the girl want to share her views? Or anybody else? Right.
Thank you. So going forward, we will now moving forward, I now request Shri Amrendranath Thakur from DOT to present memento to the official speakers of the event in recognition of their contribution to this occasion. I request to present the memento to Shri R.R. Mithar, WTSA Chair Designate. To Shri R. Sakhya, Additional DG Haryana LSA. Thank you. To Shri Rakesh Desai, DDG FA TEC DOT. To Shri Rajesh Gupta, DDG WA NCAT DOT. Now, to commemorate the efforts of the organizers, 2 main pillars of this organization, this event organization, I'll request Shri Amrendranath Thakur to present memento to Shri Thomas Varghese. Furthermore, I'll request Amrendranath to facilitate Shri Harkesh Meena with the memento and plants in the organizer category. आगे Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now we'll wait for 1 p.m. Exactly at 1 p.m. we will start the quiz, and I request the students who have yet not registered on the link can now register also. Thank you. Students, you will receive the link for the quiz on your email that will be submitting through the QR code. So that will come, and that link should have come by now. That particular web page will be getting enabled at 1 p.m.
So I hope everybody has received the link. Yeah, if somebody is having any difficulty, I think we can try to resolve it.
पीछे वाले लोग उजाले में आ जाए, देर से उजाले में आ जाए.
Students and participants in the back rows requested to come in the forward center rows, please. We are about to foreclose the session, so please all come in the front seats.
अगर आप चाहें तो आगे आ जाए, नहीं तो कोई बात.
I request the speakers and the guests to assemble in the launch area for the press conference. May please check the link now. Students, can you confirm me back and that the quiz has started or not? It has started. Thank you. How many students are pending for the completion of the quiz? May I see the clear hands? Okay, then none. 5, I believe. Students, are we finished with the quiz? All? Okay, now I'll request all together on the stage so that we can have a group photograph now. Gently, we'll all move towards the stage.